And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, yeah, 2 episodes done, 3 to go. So let's do this. Okay, forgot to clean this. Alright, now let's check the sound. So test. And I hope everything's working. Alright. Continue. Yes. The Great and Departed Soul.
19世紀末、大帝都ロンドンで開催された万国博覧会を知らぬ者はないだろう。世界の文化、最新の科学技術がハイドパークの特設会場に集められた。来場者総数5000万人を超えた今世紀最後にして最大の祭典は、全世界の人々に強烈な印象を刻み込み、大成功のうちに終わったのだった。しかし、その会期中に起きたあの大惨事の真相解明の裏側に、我が友シャーロック・ホームズの活躍があったことを知る者は少ない。彼はあの大事故の裏に幾重にも隠された真実を暴き出したのである。ハイドパークにそびえ立ったロンドン万国博覧会の象徴ともいえるあの水晶塔のごとき孤高にして凍結した名推理によって。
Alright, was it a real? No, I don't remember anything about Crystal Tower, but...
ロンドン万国博覧会、会場はあふれんばかりの人だかり。
What? Okay.
ロンドンには珍しい晴天のもと、驚異の科学実験が行われようとしています。
来るべき20世紀、蒸気機関と電気技術は世界を制する。馬車は姿を消し、自動車が行き交う。海を渡る船は羽を持ち、大空を飛ぶ。
Milliman Turner.
本日は皆様にさらに遠い未来の実験をお目にかけましょう。 超電気式瞬間移動技術、世界で初めての実験であります。人体を巨大な電気エネルギーで瞬時に分解して別の場所へ転送。
What? A teleportation device?
そしてその組成情報を計算して元の姿に合成する驚くべき技術。これより一瞬の後、この紳士は驚くべき空間を超える旅をする。電気分解された紳士はあの水晶塔に転送されるのです。
こうしてよし。
What just happened? And that's all? Okay. Oh yeah, I actually changed the clothes of every single character who was able to change it. So it was Ryonsuke, Susato, and Holmes. Let's see. Rona, are you listening? Sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? Oh no, that's not it at all. What were you talking about again? This paper, it's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Oh yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Holmes-kun? It's his new outfit, as you can see. Did you say something, Iris? Gosh, you're even more down. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? Thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in whim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. It can be deduced, therefore, that... Let me stop you there, Mr. Holmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Really? How interesting. Just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Sense again. It crossed my mind recently. It's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working cards. Wait a second, why he was forbidden to work in cards? So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Holmes-kun? Since you don't remember that he was banned, there will be like a flashback again? Did you say something, Iris? Back to Mountain. What's the matter with Mr. Holmes today? He seems even more down the dumps than me. I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'll be excited. Why don't we all go to see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all. Also, let's actually explain what will be about this Baskerville hound. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Holmeskin. Whether this mask is it cat or fox? More looks like a cat. Suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Or dog, maybe. Let's just check him. So what happened 6 months ago? If it will be a flashback, I'll change all the closest back. Hell of a year ago now. I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial, hers and the old lady. What at first seems like a simple case of murders that took place at London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Okay, but why you was banned? During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, forgivable mistake. Which one? First, tell me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. It's a flashback, but it's his new clothes. It's not perfect, yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Wait a second. You know what? I'll save. I'll go back to title. I'll check the closest back to original. Because it's flashback. I'll decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. And flashback just ended. It's and I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. But why he was banned, I still don't understand. Ascension turning deplorable. A forgive mistake. What mistake? I don't quite understand. You haven't you, Rona? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Holmes' old cases. Brewing really special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. Become something of a man's servant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Oh, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not my easy, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permissions for me to start working in the courts again. I came to British to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do you mean those things? Fly? Yes, of course, they fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? Makes no sense. Can't understand it at all. It's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will be just be common knowledge. And already outdated. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday. Apparently there was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd see it, though. I'll have to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Said the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brightest things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable, that is my proper atmosphere. A new thing to card records. Various articles about the world-leading science and technology on show at the Great Exhibition being held in London. Let's explore it. First test of Meta transport device. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate breakthrough scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see if it properly before too long. The Reaper attacked. A lost cat. So many glowing rumors about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one that is. Wait, what? What's the matter now? World 16 and compatriots. Cornered. Any ball gold set dance holoblades. Judge refused to pay his dues for the purchase of one glass eye? The whole affair began when Madame Piat, the defendant, ordered the eye as a replacement for the natural eye she had lost. Upon trial, she found that she could see no more with it than she could before and became incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. The judge the box attempted to reason with the madam. What? She thought that glass eye will be like the real one? Altamont Guns Company. The river attacked. That's Lord 16. This must be what Mr. Holmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay, shadows cast behind, is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Your gloomy mood. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Holmes? You could say that, I suppose. Some more to it, it's not like you. It's a rough case, is it? Quite, Mr. Naruhodo. You must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Holmescombe. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Holmescombe mood. Is it really a case that bothers you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your vested powers of observation and deductions on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. put yourself on the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you, Mr. Holmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. This was a deep sigh. It says in the papers that Lord 1-6 was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Valley, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Executor Bark 1-6. They say that if the Reaper is a prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock, even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has sown his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rocks always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, treasoning jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as this cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you experience yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminals rogues and reckless, and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord 1-6 has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? It's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Also, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord 1-6 hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord 1-6 and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody and to know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Holmes. You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? Seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. Sort of hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him, he's still laughing his way out of the door. What does it sound like? Alright, Senruna, let's get going. Aris, what are you wearing? I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me. But I was about to go to the Supreme Court. Well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. Alright, fine, just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. So what, maybe now I'll change the clothes. But only for Naruhodo. I wonder. Move. You know, I think a visit to this place could be a good idea. Shall I make for breakfast tomorrow? But don't I surprise you, Runa? It's been 6 months now, hasn't it, since Yuzu went back to Japan? It's been about 6 months now, since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding. I always seem to feel this place. She seems to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Another flashback. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours to wait 32 minutes and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while, my apologies. Oh, not at all, I like nothing more than standing around, staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Well, Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. It only severed the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. Extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. You've not heard about it? Scanning authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we are the hosting nation, we have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. It's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. It's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing in my mind as it happens. Renan, just take a deep breath and come out with it. What if I present him this newspaper? Smiley, have you seen this? The reports of the Arohaman success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Oh, that. I've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 persecutor. Have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. 116 would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. By the way, Lord Strongheart, about this. The symbol of a defense lawyer in the Japanese judiciary. Oh, didn't expect you to know that? They never accept foreign students before first researching the legal systems of their home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. Yes, right. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition, and next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate, so it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly as the future of policy. Incredibly, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Thus, it's alarming. Exactly. It's extremely alarming. If I ever, Your Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and assault in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I should detail everyone now. What? How fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was... Nice. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly, wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all, she's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? Actually, I drift off for the most part. Surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, let me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. Should have been Kazuma. Was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If a tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Sir Asugi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. He's calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you? Then perhaps you know nothing of his true calling. Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? It's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you so much, but why was reverted? It's wonderful news, Bruno. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course, please tell me more. You described this as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? No, so you'll be protecting this scientist? Yes, I read about it. Professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. Kinesis, I see. Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. Just that my herbal blends need a dash of devil may care. There was a serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Ari's imagination. It's an unfortunate business, a large explosion engulfed of the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. Certain Mr. Odi Asman, an investor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion? A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet him with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Great exhibition, scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depths before I even started. Still, should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely. Oh yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. It's Kuluk01's, how? Fortunately, Lord 16 emerged from the attack unscathed. Street reference are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible, they were armed with guns. Why was he attacked though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. The leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by 16. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? In deplorable situation, members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen suddenly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Ode Asman. Did you say Asman? It's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. Indeed. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Kuluk01's as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in courts and meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom, and fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Kuluk01's first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here. F16's work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. It doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? 1-6 may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer, so he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 60 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. He's looking at the clock, counted everything, but he's not functional. 11 hours late. Oh my god. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So, lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Kuluk01's now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. And I will talk to him casually. Maybe it's you now. I'm leaving Professor Herbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Haven't been to these places? Don't forget to take me with you when you go. That's where your client sits, isn't it? Let's find out what the story is. Let's check the prison first. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. They're also the same. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Herbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Herbrain? Who are you? Mrinsky Narkodo. I'm the defense lawyer. A lawyer? Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration. The demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success, by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens, no lawyer believes in the science when it is explained they all live at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. Oh, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time it was a great success. You lost me. I saw it with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Osman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. So he moved, was killed, and returned back? At that point, we should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Osman, in fact, perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So, what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Osman was an accident, correct? But the big wigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that I wish to be punished at once. But... murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident, simply an accident. I see. Only Holmescombe and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Oh yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Don't pass me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was a murder weapon, and they'll be able to borrow always as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. I see now. Interesting. So he doesn't care what happened to him, what will happen to him. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showgrounds yesterday. Yes, or rather not. No, the deal is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a significantly high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. But how can you connect them back? That's it in a nutshell. It's my idea, you see, that's my amazing hypothesis. It's an immeasurably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Oh yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, could be at the Great Parisian Theatre. Ah, see. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Aris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, wouldn't it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. That's exactly right. What What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's the Professor Bunnybrain, really worried by the look of it. And this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless, the science works. But without a practical demonstration it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Harris always complain about it. He's saying the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Assman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Assman. Wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I think my lucky stars. I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I can concern, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Osman provided me with money, an exceptional engineer. Put this machine to my precise specifications. Okay, so Killer will be this engineer. But Sam, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. Okay, but we should prove that it was not murder, and doesn't matter who will be the murderer. You shouldn't find the culprits. You must just prove that it was accident. Our task is different. What is this dot in the middle of his head? As you can see, I out everything to Mr. Osman. I would never ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. And that's all. Let's present this. Oh, fascinating, yes. In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of a defense slur, wherein it's very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they're entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find these white laboratory coats that work for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh, really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. Sleeves, especially, extremely bracing. Can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's very logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. What about this? How could this have happened? It must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The crystal tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. I must have been that. The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of Frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. What is Frankfurter? When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just maybe the coins in my pocket, they're still there now. People usually count in their money. If someone gives me more change that needed, I would never notice it because I would never even count what items that I bought cost. Simply giving money, getting change, and that's all. I've never ever tried to calculate anything, so if there's something was wrong, nothing I could do. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoings, that's what this is. Scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes, Duncan illogical. Okay, nothing I can do right now, so let's move. And the set of challenges on the left. Nice, nice. Oh, this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. Sends a chill down your spine, isn't it? An amazing deathly atmosphere. Is it? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed he saw your presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. I'm glad to see you well. I am. So, who is the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. Didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. And why is he wearing the mask? It's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reapers that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'll be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that it's such a famous fiend generally inhabits our great courtrooms. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined out there. Hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So it's my fault? Silly me, how could I ever have thought otherwise? Kuluk01's desk, look, it's so stylish. There's some marble chairs set beside it. Chairs, that's a western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You probably like chess problems in that case. I'd like to challenge Kuluk01's sometimes to about shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Kuluk01's facial features. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. It reminds me, hurt Emperor Napoleon of France other artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. Oh wait, that's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That probably doesn't depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Maybe his brother? Oh look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. It's amazing, I wonder why it's here. Has he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person? Perhaps has his stone burst to queue up for a ticket? Sure, it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Nipponists have no business painting others as overly reserved. Do you think it's overheaded? Bats? Silver bats? Yes, the Reapers, familiars I accept. But what about the mute man and the dark cloak? I thought he was the ephemeral. Just not the flying kind. Must be a dear friend of Reapers then. Seeing the familiar idea is more likely. Scared so easily. With all those ancient casks laying in the water. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? You don't think all those people who escaped conviction and court are lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man. It's my collection of fine vintages. I need to clear my eye. Oh yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Rona and I were just musing to ourselves, don't mind us, Mr. Ripper. I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourself to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. It really looks like a punishment to me. Never seen someone sitting like that before. Hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead right now, he wouldn't be sitting up, wouldn't he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? Don't see he's going to talk to us. It's not that. I'll take a pause, really need to clean my eye. It's because I was working with paint today. Maybe I got an allergy because of this, so who knows, maybe just paint in my eyes. Anyway, be right back in 1 or 2 minutes. Alright, back. So, actually I was not painting anything, I was removing the old paint from the wall, so everything was kinda a little bit mess, and definitely it's not very good if you're not wearing some kind of mask to protect your eyes, nose, like everything. And I didn't do it, didn't have anything. So, yeah, next time I will be more prepared. Really. Alright. Anyway, next time I'll continue next week. Maybe on Wednesday. Or Thursday. Okay, the Reaper's identity. What do you mean by what you said before? If you like to know the Reaper's true identity, does it mean I'm a crown persecutor, an immortal like any other? I'm no demigod. But they all died, haven't they? The people you've persecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I persecute are the vilest riches of our society. But what about Mr. Naruhodo? People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a wild wretch at all. No one's genie, in fact, she's ever so hard working now? I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn, but the point is this. If any of those wild wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind, it's not my work. Strongheart said the same, he believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper or the Benny, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But putting you in danger, you could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. 6. Oh, actually, doesn't matter. Friend Strongheart said that assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True. Carried out by henchmen of Ode Esmond's criminal organization. Hello, anime rubber. The instigation meant the arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Ode Esmond is always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means in his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty, but he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Ripper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Yeah, Mr. Ripper. Mr. Osman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. This man, really, the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. Strange how this was worked out, isn't it, Rona? I mean, what is you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You going to be defending him? Oh yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Yeah? What? I understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, so... Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. That's all. So you were students together. I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he's in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, so I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. If I make it out of this office alive, he's actually being charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends. It's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Manzik thinking? Kinda strange. Kinda strange. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's a mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Well, I don't know really. I understand at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. No, suppose not, thank you for understanding so. What was this about the article in this paper? Oh yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I had been photographed. It was careless of me. Looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor, so you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Oh, like you are at Hurley, then, Rono. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Stronger's order again. It's not one for meaningless fools. There will be a good reason for his actions. Hope you're right. That task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. That was really strange though. Never met the man before, didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Stronghorns has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? No, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. This couldn't be. Oh yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Oh, Mr. Nasume, you mean? I'm sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list runner. It's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussions there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Sasuke-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never mentioned that Mr. Ripper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? So turn up for the books? A mad scientist? You mean Professor Herbrain? Yes, it might be worth questioning the professor about his relationship with Kuluk01's, I think. But wait a second, where am I supposed to go? Right now I have no location to investigate. I know, let's move everywhere and check. What to do? I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's anything consultancy opening for business again. Consultancy. That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better learner now. Can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing changed in here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Suzy went back to Japan. I wanted to keep it ready for Miss Susato, in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So we just left everything the way it was? Oh, I see. Right. And that was me thinking it's because of the way you are, no? You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean. Iris, this isn't the time or place to bring up my tidiness. or lack of it. And really, what to do? Iris, have a quick look at this. Lars Armbrandt? How many times have you shown me that, Renault? Sorry. It's very important to me, that's all. I don't feel complete, somehow, if I'm not wearing it. Well, personally, I think you should try wrapping some different things around your arm from time to time. Oh, really? Like what? Perhaps a pretzel? Pretzel? I've never heard that word before. Well, I think it's a kind of German defense lure symbol. Interesting. Have to try wearing one sometime. Iris, about this paper. Oh yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I'm so excited about it. Once you've done what you need to do, we should all go together and explore. No, it sounds like it could be quite dangerous. I don't want to get caught in an explosion as we were walking around in the showground. Oh, is it what you think going to happen, is it? Can we actually move here? There's no such location here. Some big bulbs on your head. It's your head. Okay, listen. That's Kuluk01's is a friend of yours from your university days. Yes, that's right, he was studying law whilst I was studying science. Was he like back then? A good question. An assuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Kuluk01's. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about the leading question right now. As I said, an assumingly extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the 1-6 family, with all its great aristocratic origins. Didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? It's a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The rebel of the valley, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear so that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Yes, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord 1-6 will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, it was an accident, you say. He had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in New York. Is it correct? As correct as 2 squares 4. I swear it. Well, it depends on the system which you're using. Oh, by the way, Bao, didn't notice that it's you. Because your nickname and any Rabbit's nickname is totally the same color here. Really, just paying attention right now. How does this happen? Really, didn't read it, just see the color, that's it. As it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. A man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is a pursuit of truth, you know. Always believed that. All my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove you're innocent with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. But we must prove that it was accident and nothing else. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. I thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runa? It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose it's true. Time to investigate at last. Wasn't present. You haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me. So, teleportation exists in the world of Ace Attorney. Let's go. This tower really existed? The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful what you are, don't let go of my hand. Finally made it through the throngs though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? Rare voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Great. I've had it with you this time. Warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence. And you know it. Wait, I know those voices. Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just right. There you are. If you want set back or chips, ram it down your throat. By the way, what's those shots you like? Rabbit and burn? Oh, Grexia, what are you doing up there? It's you, here you are, your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does it make you 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll fly in the sky as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say words wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits surely. Potato Gregson. What they should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry? What gives then? Don't tell me you on this case. Yes, I am acting for the defense. So we are here to investigate. Tell me, is that the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Leslie 5. Bob? It's all you got? You're a lawyer, aren't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Narado. No. Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. Can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or driver, born and bred in the East End of London. A case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, huh? Mother? Diver? Pickpocket? Who pays all my name calling? You wanna back or chips ramen down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. But just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. You ain't no way to talk to a lady, although. Well, for years, a long time, people can change. An apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That's Patch's homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate, no one calls you that. What it's worth anyway. Investigating is all the cards for all of us. What's it supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, right? Right. Sir. Stay working together now. Can't believe this. This raises a lot of questions. His emerald is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm the defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me... well, anything but Odo. I could call you Defender Nara Odo if you like, but it don't really tip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Would you take a look at... oh, where did it go? Looking for this, Odo? When did she do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, huh? What do you reckon? Kiss it back first, please. Okay, kinda shows this. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to sing in prison, or at least I couldn't go on like I was. The diving went working out. So pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it? Good, seen it? Inspector Lestrade sounds like something out of a book, huh? Talk about a sea change. And then, there's Iris all went to think about. Iris father, you mean? Yeah, I promised you, didn't I? Said I'll get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise and nothing serious. She is so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Well, the trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Homeschool approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her sort of apprentice. It was very magnanimous of Inspector Grexy, and brave. Well, you know, Homeschool, he enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and the short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector? Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Patrona, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet, here she is still? Come on. You're not still about that, are you? The legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Oh, you don't? Have Warrior though. If I didn't have Warrior, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, in it, the Reaper's kind of like hamster, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. About Mr. Nazman Japan, he's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true, perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried, I'm totally fine. Oh, it was out of this world. It was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started blowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I haven't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? I mean, you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, cause the boss is in charge here, aren't you? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. Supposed to be an Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. You're so lucky, Junior. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too? Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. It's settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success. In a way. It was. How can it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whopping great bang. But when do you think they found the victim body, huh? In the Crystal Tower, all there. What? In the tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? I'm saying about the scaffold. Where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. really did get beams through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything possible, right? Besides, well, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiments I drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bobs of you before, so face fair. Fire the cannon? It was teleportation of the cage. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Lots of positions. Crystal and Professor Harebrain's machine that exploded. Let's examine it. So he was teleported from here. Some of the houses should actually help me. Something Inspector Gregson said before seems a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is on the cards for all of us. Yes, not the old Gregson ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, that. The boss said no one allowed to investigate that bird machine, but blow up yesterday. Well, that's not fair, we are representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you learned from your investigations? No, you're not getting it. We aren't allowed to investigate, neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, ain't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. So that could have a gender. That's quiet though. But the bot caught me at it. You probably had him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not really unfair. So you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Say something to him, Oda. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where's the machine that exploded is? You can try, can't we, Runa? Rexy will listen to us. Let's go. How can I go up? By looking at it? Maybe. But first, wait a second, I can't even look up there. That's where the cop ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. That, of course. And yet they call it the experiment success? It's a wooden scaffold, therefore. The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Can you help to rig the scaffold then? No? Lookout duties more my scene. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mike Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredibly dull, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have breached that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? What the heck is this? Oh, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped or hit? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing? I think I'll hang on to this, just in case. very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds, was as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Wait a second, it's a weapon. Weapon indeed. So he was killed by the weapon? Why can't examine it? Yeah, you can shoot the arrows with this. Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. Crossbow, actually. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing, and the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion? Let's make a note of it while James might yawn. It's one piece of canvas-like material baked with rubber that was found on the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. Scratch marks the image. Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber layer of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Holmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of raincoats worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And that charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning? Or maybe not. For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot, look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above there. Here, you probably wouldn't bat an eyelid. A small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure the English are quite that laid-back, you know. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Still working, as you can see. So, that's it. Is it the machine that blew up? Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share. Seen things like this before, you mean? And of course, also always doing experiments that end in a bank. Fuck, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. He should be in there to see it right now. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I know life in the room. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Oh, look, Inspector Gregson is all there. Seems to be deep in thought about something. Just eyeing out the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. There's all sorts of strange buildings here in the great exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. In your country, Rona, I do wish I could go and see it. At present, a particularly extremely samurai with a present of one of Homeschool's story I've written especially. And see if I couldn't get Homeschool into a gym against some Baretsu Master Ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Well, that's dull. But I do know a prosecutor with a Crown Mage top note I could introduce you to. Crown Mage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you? Assuming his record from the team Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. So, he doesn't have it. Stripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently or mercilessly? So, someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? No, no, no. I'm just a child. How should I know? Child when it suits you, I mean. From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull... Stop! Don't touch that. Pull this lever here. That was practically intensely kinesis. The way you flew over just now, Grexy. Please. Your ladyship. I didn't mean to stroll you, but I can't let you touch anything over there. Yeah. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times this is. We are representing Professor Herbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the stand. Listen, Sunshine, even I am not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty. Yes, that special dispensation. Professor mentions it too. No red tapes, all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy? Trust your leadership, anything you say, your leadership, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Luna? She really knows how to get what she wants. If you can't touch anything, let's speak to him. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectacles present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the games and the old spot of public safety infringement. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose it's true in a way. So, the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on the scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories the brains have remained the legal property, as it were. Right, so developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is that if you create a reason, us corporates aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new have followed in special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Teresa, now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called, been located to Guard. It's a Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, you can't do a flaming thing with it. Oh, Galaxy, he's very head up, isn't he? Remind me again. What's this new legal act that means we are not allowed to touch the stand here? Are you having me at 8, Sunshine? It's a special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Holston mentioned that recently with a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. I'm sure he did, your leadership. I'm sure he did, past especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to councils in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the inventions confidentially. Confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Also, a good half of them are a lot of cobblers, if you ask me, but forwarded by shammers like yourself. Good for it. Set for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, huh? And science, that's what I say. Don't think so, that sounds like my dream job. It's something otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there's a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to none of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get funded? Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, huh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us cobbers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hand science, hand it! Maybe you can see your point. Apparently Professor Herobrand lives and works in Germany, now conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we'll learn something else about the professor earlier today. About his time and further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord 1-6. What's that? That's news to me. But if 1-6 means the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another? Yeah, that mind's beyond me. I do know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of 1-6, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine, nothing to worry about. Yes, right, glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Assman, was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Kuluk01's is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Guess I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Valley came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected 1-6 initially. He always knew he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Also, the man himself denies the charge. Well, you've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Kuluk01 is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. Don't tell me that we figured out that the real murderer in this case will be Kuluk01. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harbrain mentioned something like else. He said that at the university Kuluk01 was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. To what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, huh? What if I show you something? Looks like not. What about this? Also nothing. What about paper? Inspector, have you read this paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts, back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper getting attacked. I know, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it? Tried to pretend I hadn't read it. And turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was laid up and got roasting from the supper. Some mornings are like that, aren't they? This is a symbol of a defense lore where I come from, Inspector. Well, it doesn't pass muster here in London. You might as well check it in the deep fat fryer. No one's ever said that to me before. Mr. Holmes suggested I feed it to a dog, so if you fry it first, you can feed it to me. Has he seen it's made of potato? Well, I'll try to examine this. So how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harbrain was likely to escape unscathed. It's should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get stunned up myself, you heard? I won't touch you, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. With the rest, if we are allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Look at the base of the machine there. Yes, it's a tool of some kind working through the wires. It's a screwdriver, I think. What is this? Letter A? Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is? Oh yeah, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes. I understand. Sorry. I only touch it teeny weeny bit. But Grexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really? Very curious. What's your leadership? You're so clever, your leadership. Fancy spotted something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Trina found it first. I'll show you. Investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregson. Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving, or rather? It is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now. That lot? The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the F4 in a minute or two. Oh dear, poor Gregson. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up. Hits the spot. Yep, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we are going to get with our investigation here, at least. Been thinking. Hoskell might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Ripper. But what happened to Lord 1/6, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Holmes at that moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? But down 2 spells? Here, it's what you need. What's this? Some kind of address ticket? And 2 spells? Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now, if you like. We don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Holmescombe is. What? This popular London attraction? Yes. How's it that you know where he is? Holmescombe told me, but he told me to keep it secret from you, Runa. Done 2 spells. I don't see how it could be related to this case we're investigating here, but then strangest things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Holmes is usually at the heart of them. Do you have it here? No. In this case, let's move here. This is where Holmescombe is. I'd love to know what he's up to, wouldn't you? It's a museum of interesting waxworks exhibits, not far from Baker Street. What the heck is all of this? What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers, I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. all wax models. By the way, I heard so many things about wax models, how they actually very close to real people, etc. But when I saw it myself, they're so pathetic. Really pathetic. Very bad. Wait. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? Not at all. I don't know. They could use some different colors or something else because they unrealistic as hell. What do you think, Chrono? Shocked? Wax models? I read about dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. To wax. It's called Adipocer. What? I'd never heard about, like, body, skin, etc. will turn to wax. How's it possible? Let me Google this. 1 second. Oh my god. A grain waxy substance formed by the waxy substance, not wax itself. Decomposition of soft tissue of dead bodies, subjected to moisture. So it's not the real wax. It's a very interesting research to read about. It's very huge amount of text, but I can't read it right now. Alright. One last time. Eddie or Ada, I don't know how to pronounce it. Eddie Boker. Wait a second. I'll better heard how to pronounce it. Eddie. Let's listen. Come on.
Adipocere.
Adipocere?
Adipocere.
Adipocere? Adipocere? Oh my god. Adipocere. Well, word itself I will remember, but its pronunciation is impossible to remember. Adipocere. Oh my god. How's the pronunciation related to how it was spelled? Adipocere. Yes. Not enough letters. Stop talking about creepy things like Citroen, you scare me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily. You know, it's only in very specific... What now? I've just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. Can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. Especially there's a 3D model on the right. And they're all such gruesome stunts. So belief in the middle is real. Jack the Ripper. Wait. What is it? And on the left is also a real person. I know, I must be seeing things. Is he some infamous murderer? Yes, quote, Jane the Miracle. All her victims were young women. A nude, you can tell by the way she's holding that knife. She's son of murder, so she was actually making a bath of their blood to be younger? Hell yes. What's the matter, really? Forget out, I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's girl. Indeed. Another comment is information about the exhibit on the little bird here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. Still saying it has to be there for a reason. Please do not touch statues. What the heck is this? Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? No, stop scaring me. Is the wax arm a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection. The big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Oh yes, that's the famous two-spell special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. It's only a suggestion. These models are so well made. Can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Okay, this looks like 3D again. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closed, same time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was close in time already. And I was on my way home. It's a funny place for little letter. What is it? Something wrong? No, just that in Japanese have a totally different word for a letter that folds in half like that. You do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, you know. That's how words started. These step ladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Is this an example of Western tsujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his fruit. Still don't know? No. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it? Do you synchrono? Doing that tsujigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Mr. Holmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? Well, he's world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Runa. You can kick this Holmes clone and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. Just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit, either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are bits of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Oh, look, it's a great modern sandwich, much more appealing. Dear fellow, I take exception to your recalling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Holmes, I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? Strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And the key, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? He wanted me. He has something he needs to ask you. A question? I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So, here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to bugs. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from unimaginable loss. Holmstone, you do like talk nonsense, don't you? You know something, it's true, about Kuluk01's and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you and luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. Most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Oh, well. I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? I shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. Back to being temporary waxwork exhibit? These models are so well made I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. That's how Holmstone gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day. Maybe there are other people posing as exhibits in here then. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the witnesses have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Alright. Hello, rich cat. So, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. So advise you come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, 3 pence per item as a consultation fee? Oh, 3 pence. That's 2 hours of gas. That's easy. Mr. Holmes, would you have a look at this newspaper? You've been into my room and help yourself, have you? Let's not turn this into a scandal, shall we? Well, considering I already read it, one thing immediately strikes me. This paper is old news. What would possess you to show me this? What's done is done. Must distinguish, my dear fellow. Distinguish the old from the new. Some conversation you wish you'd never started. Okay, nothing about this. And also nothing about this. I think it's useless to speak about the items. Alright, Madame Two Spells. What is this place? Madame Two Spells came to London from France 3 years ago, understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? Extreme release of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Two Spells family, they say. The arts ran on during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there on the side of the executions. That really turns my stomach. Just one of several legends about the Two Spells family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some margin, is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Because visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most violent criminals and their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? To reveal the public life of poor taste, they earn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are the all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me or did the temperature in here just seems to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Expect to be in a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Holmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, happily allows them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork motors in here? But why, Mr. Holmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. He really wrote at me there. very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the revenue's iris to consider. Homeschool. I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. He didn't rope me into now. So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? In special threats, you may have your pick of the murders and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being Maxwell again. Is it just me, or did his final remark over there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me, son? Actually, it's about Lord 1's. My friend, Mr. Ripper, how did you find him? Well, I trust. And so I filled Mr. Holmes in about everything I had learned. About Lord 1's, about Professor Hermering, and about the strange coincidence that they had been in university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord 1's such a different person. I was sure that you know Holmes-kun. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Holmes suddenly clamped up. Well, it seems we've breached the unavoidable greetings. Hello? Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you appreciating my museum. Sorry, have you? Mr. Holmes, do you know that? Not again. My apologies, I am Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my museum of waxwork. You there, Madame Two Spells? I'm sure, so only 26 years young, I might add. Is it significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It's a certain what? Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather one works in particular. It's being Mr. Holmes. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be two in trouble. Reincarnation, Madame Tussauds? She sounds deadly serious. Well, he is understand, it's a generation of different people from this family. But in the real world it was just one single madame. There's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Holmes about Lord 1's now? Let's not forget what Holmes-kun said before. About something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening here. Have we got enough on our plate already? Let's speak. I wonder, could I ask you something? I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Ever suggested such a scene to you? Well, it was temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little too soft. He's disappeared. Well, anyway, I have no idea how to spell it myself. Definitely French. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. So you are doing the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tussauds, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The box can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem you must throw in the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why am I not? Just thrown as wide as shit. Because you have at your disposal a detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer, no, I insist upon payment in advance. Because she'll be found guilty? Found. Just found. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? What? It's a very strange way in English to say how to pronounce the words. H is unpronounceable, what is it doing here? And what is this Z at the end? The best way to show how to pronounce the word is Japanese way. Indeed. Despite that you can express every single word with it. It's really just English. Anyway. 2/3? Fourths? Well, anyway, it's French word. So, the correct translation can be done only in French, isn't it? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? There is the Tussauds special exhibit. It's an extra charge to see it. Oh, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must be a special killer zone, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolutely no, there's nothing amiss behind them. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding honestly from under the curtain? Watched the Surgeon Simulator stream yesterday. The first one? There's 2 games already, I think. Haven't laughed so hard in a long time? Did you play yourself? I saw only some videos when I was released the first game. Strongly encouraged you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the detention worsens. And by the way, there must be already a VR version of it, isn't it? Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only well, it's another French word here. Don't know so many. Maximum I know like 10 French words, not more. Number 139? I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The two-spell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard, still indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the Waxford killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is a portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Well, then perhaps Mr. Holmes. That man on the floor is a worthless killer himself? I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sensible business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks as pale as Candlewax. I don't understand. Candlewax, it's kinda strange. All the candles that I saw in my life are yellow, not pale. So now, just so. As you've agreed to my fee, by the way, I just kinda interested in how she was named in the original version of this game, I mean Japanese one. So, Great Ace Attorney, two spells. And her name is Colnette Rosaic? Actually, Rosaic. Rosaic. Stress on O because it's double O. Colnette Rosaic. How did she become two spells in English? I see like no connection. Who is Rosaic? Double checking. Ro. Ik. Cool. Well, oh, it's in the pronunciation, so Rosaic. Rosaic. How? Just how? And why? Rosaic. Rosa. What did he say? Someone down. Rosaic. As you agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. I need to remember her last name. Well, first name was Conrad. Anyway, to begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum? Huh? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your back. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Oh, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Rosaic. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business has his hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of 200 pounds. Gone. Now, let's explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the worldly gentleman? Stretched out though peacefully on the floor. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your fault. What doubt, the man's such a shocking blow was a curse. The 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. Suggestion. He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Nice, basically. Alright. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such it is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that the crime is being perpetrated. This young man is undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's Policing Award. What? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. Visage? I constantly forgetting the pronunciation of this word. I check it so many times and it's always disappears from my mind because... no, visage. Because it makes no sense how to pronounce it, based on spelling. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you? Your action only confirms my suspicions, madam. I notice it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. 2 pence? Particularly a low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet, you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. Everything have no sense here. Sort of lucky behavior that should attract the attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madam? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you saw has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be united with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. It's all very strange. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. A safe stand you all into silence. You have, Homeschool. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Your cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Holmes. Oh, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deductions, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he is a particularly restless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottermore. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turns out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermore. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man they supposed to be? Indeed, it's particularly green face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that orders countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages. That puts things in perspective. So, it's quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down? Plain wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Holmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Aris, if that's alright, to make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright, we'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame, Rosa something. Forgot what was your last name. Rosa something. Connet Rosaic. Or Rosaic. Definitely it's Rosaic. I want to pronounce Rosaic. But Rosaic. Madame Rosaic, whence your anger? But they didn't pronounce it in Japanese, so I don't really know. Just suggestion, what I see. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Rosaic, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your back. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. It's all money. So, what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Rosaic. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notes. Hello, Cicero. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true, but I'm not sure she'd sell any of your waxworks, even for 200 pounds. She must grow her heart and soul to making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow the Kuluk01's again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. This one. What's that note pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Rosaik, you've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. It's a ransom note. Exactly. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by this ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The motto in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In some reason, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let's explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It appears the man has suffered several shocks, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Fortunately, madam, keeping secrets doesn't appear to be your fault. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So, if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? Just ask him when he comes round. Since the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Holmes trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's a little doubt that he suffered a shock. Much seems clearer. But in that case, what's Madame Rosaik trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. What is your hand here? Wait a second. Ah! She's hiding someone's hand. And I can see the whole room here. Nice. It's just Madame Rosaik's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see your left hand after all. But wait a minute. The left hand as well, look! Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And seems very stiff too. Fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax? Oh. What is is it mouse? What dealt a man such a shocking blow was of course the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but close inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of waxwork model. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes. This gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach them a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take that arm back. As a result, same we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. The question that arises then is what has become of the boxwords that changed hands. Let's consider that problem for a moment. You can't possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. How is he young? It's very old. Who's this fellow? To find the answer we need only observe the neckerchief. According to Mr. Holmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communication with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. Secrets that closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Holmes didn't hesitate to give away? Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame... I already forgot. Rosaik. Madame Rosaik reactions to Mr. Holmes' deduction. I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Psst. I see it now. What's the man has a stab sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Well, that settles that, then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm being... Of course, it ties in with what we just found out. Status available, please, and Carl? Who is this fellow? To find the answers, we need only observe his shoulder stop. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. Seem to remember. It was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Holmes. He's become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 Policing Awards last year. Somebody had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turned our attention to the old man set before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he wasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were waxwork. But you? Your action only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is Waxford is an obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Otter Moore, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say no what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Through pence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Gaidep's delightful lodgings, in fact. So, this is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is crusty old killer policeman Ottermore? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Oh, wait a second, he's moving his leg. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. Seems to be fast asleep though. He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean it must be a twitch? What's that? The point is, waxwork, don't tap their feet. A twitch. And look at this, at his arm too. Seen a scarf like set somewhere else around here, haven't we? Don't believe it! It's a secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed. He must be a detective disguised as a policeman. A detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman. Doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that though. Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. What should I present, this or this? It doesn't really matter. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is an obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Rosaic. Well, what? It's me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. Hysteria fatigued. He's sound asleep. But then, what's this talk about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price of the muffler, which is the old Bobby, purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does it not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective. So, it would seem you finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. That concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. Indeed. Indeed. All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. Maybe it's the way. I paid a lot, but we're still not in court. Looks like this episode the longest one among like all the episodes in this game. I checked it yesterday how many like parts in every single episode here, and the third one is the longest one, and indeed it's the longest one. Okay, I'll take a pause one more time, be right back. And especially that it's just investigation part 1. Part 1. I'm doing part 1 for 3 hours already. That's so much. Let's see. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your wrath customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you that I know I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, as you wish. There's sound outside that can hear here. Not sure if it's somebody can hear it on Steam, but definitely someone celebrates something outside. Let's speak. The stolen waxwork. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the corners were closed? And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So, this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particular horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other would say. The Professor? That's a name I heard of. Moriarty. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the cycle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, did it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago. A series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly that time that Kuluk01's graduated from university. In fact, what? Sure he's not saying? So, the big event that changed Mr. Ripper's life. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. What's this Professor, son? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. And 5 victims were killed. The man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. So, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. I don't understand. How is all this related to Kuluk01's? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earns such infamy. It was due to the victim. He chose some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Holmescombe? He was murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty, sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Wait, of course! Professor Harebrained said Kuluk01's is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Kuluk01's. No, I don't believe it. 1-6? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Brorok pursued a career as a prosecutor and eventually became the Ripper we know today. Had no idea Kuluk01's had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a Wexford exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you. Well, now the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involve you coming to visit me here. It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you back. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison, of all places. Can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. Just can't. Still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes, have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, so... It was an accident, terrible accident. He assured me he can prove it. I must warn you. He's looking right into me. Oh, I know, I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow then. I'll see you in court. To be continued. Right now, of course. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the old venue. Mr. Naruhodo? Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand, it doesn't make any sense. The atmosphere of pressure in here is off the charts. Anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time here. That gravity. Well, it's Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? That's probably all in the mind. Oh yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneously kinesis machine from being made public. Let's see, Kai or Ki? This English will never be understandable by me. How can I guess how to pronounce it? Kinesis. I see. Kinesis. What? Kinesis? Let's see. Kinesis?
Kinesis.
What? Kinesis? Seriously, who decided to spell words like this and pronounce like that? The pronunciation went first before the words, right? Kinesis. Kinesis. Where's the logic? Sentence kinesis. Kinesis machine from being made public. Kinesis. It's always surprised also that stress mostly the English word somewhere in the middle. Why? Yes, I understand. Well, that's in the end. I know what I have to do. I have to establish, like not establish, but establish. The explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. In this case, you're trying to put, after this, stress in every single word and almost in the middle in any other language, and of course it's wrong. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Mr. Holmes, didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Rona, leaving me alone at home with homeschooling. It took me at least an hour to wake you. Oh, is it... Are you... Sherlock Holmes? Indeed, sir. I am he. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Oh yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. The introduction in the adventure of Cyril Blaze was wonderful. Oh yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, it was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. No, I have urgent business at Madame, Rose. You mean, your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. So, you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wage depend on it. Now, that's a safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my imbued attention. Well, never mind then, I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as rebel pie. Shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Houston. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know? Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you? Before we depart, Mr. Naruhodo, abort in your error, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneously kinesis. Already forgot how to pronounce it. Hypothesis, maybe. Practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. Maybe practical implementation. But the professor said that the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he firmly believes it was. I read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. He's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial. I've no doubt. What's this supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best luck, my dear fellow. So, teleportation does not exist in this universe. See you later, Holmescombe. Well, it looks like you on your own today, Rona. But chin up. You can do it. Maybe Chine? It's I? What about you, Iris? Yin, but why not I rise? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. Why different letters, I mean the same letters pronounced differently, even the same word? That's a mystery to me, a mystery. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when, why not when, you find out what it is. It sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense. I'm the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. On our way! Experiments at the laws of science say can be possibly succeed. The scientist who's convinced that it did. The riddle you have to unlock here, Bensky. This is the key to this case. In the name of Your Majesty and the Queen, I humbly declare this court to be in session. We are seated today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harvey. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Execution is ready. Defense ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, and without so subtle sound today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Ode Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It's only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord 1-6. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution? But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harbury. Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Again, it will be the same people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? No new one? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Another new one? To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, how girly. It sends shivers down my spine. Magicians, science, experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, are nothing more than performances. All same I'm new, an inspirious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. What? No one deserves to hang. We are to listen. We have to listen to what's said on both sides. Is it a kid? Defense and then settle one on one. That's it, isn't it? Listen on both sides of the fence? I don't understand this phrase. You again? You think handgun isn't allowed to have handgun in the cart? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's... The police killer Ottermore look alike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, The incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at a great exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse with the exception of the victim, the one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the sights being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be in this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord 16. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. Technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage, instantaneously kinesis. Good lord. It's designed to resemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. What was done on a human being, not some object. It must be alive in this case. His clothes cannot be beamed. Why not mouth? Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Why not some dead body already? Dead body? Well, I don't believe it. That's for sure, and usually experiments must be done on criminals. By the way, I know for sure that in some countries it's working like this. And if they actually participate in such experiments, they actually custody will be lowered time in prison. Yes, so it's like a job. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Assembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. So I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am. And my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Holmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? Trot. Order. This hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built in his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. What? But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord 16. Prosecution's stance is clearer, but you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Several? Oh, you two. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Herring, scientist. But scientist is not an occupation. It's self-proclaimed title. You were born in England, but have been carrying out such, well, occupation is a job you're doing, and it's something specific, isn't it? Every single science has specific occupation. Professor of physics in the university, for example, something else. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredibly alright, incredibly explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Oh, we got a picture? Well, that much is undeniable as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Screen. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower. I take it the centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. Crime alert, seeing the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. The graphic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower shows an apparent stab put to the chest. In the court's heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Ozzy Asman. Stop. So it was really an accident. Why it was designed to kill somebody? Didn't quite understand. And that part of the tower was destroyed. This means actually it was physically like exploded and taken here in a beam. In a beam. Of course not a beam. Let's think. So there was some kind of catapult. Rocket. Real explosion. And while he was flying in the air, someone shot him with a crossbow. But who? Alright, there have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. Okay, I don't understand why he agreed to actually take part in the experiment. Was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself, and he actually had a hat. I remember. Where the hat? I see. So to summarize the situation, in demonstration itself, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who founded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But could it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine, my poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? Can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right? Witness? Oh, sorry. Me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was modern, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been framed for murder. Don't we know how he will do this? The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. He has a broken neck. Why it was some kind of what is this? A wound to the chest. Double kill. Made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a what? Lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Lesion? What is this word? Lesion? A lesion. Okay. Strange that it was used here, it's like something official? For racing? So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And these fellows, the only one who could have done it. What? But what's the point in killing? What's the point? I don't understand. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Coroner says days would have been all but instant from a wound like that. Why instant? It's just heart that was destroyed. Instant death, not possible. Brain still working. For at least like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 even. I don't understand if his spine was destroyed, or brain, but heart? No. In having heart attack, people still alive for several minutes. I can't understand what's going on with them. Except I don't know something. Well, insult usually it's in the brain, right? So it will be instant. But heart attack, no. They can feel pain, etc., but not dying instantly. And they can even get a medicine themselves without any help, so how it's instant? I need some specialists who can explain it to me, because I don't know. Let's say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No one knows, it couldn't be farther from the truth. And here are the experiment plan documents that was submitted to the security team. Oh, wait a second, but beam is different. I mean, this angle on the top. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage. Need to be beamed instantly. There. And here. Indeed, they different. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. Second level. This one to the third level. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Currently, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage, materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass to the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word. One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Fortunately, the accused can't save you. No, and considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim hurt. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. The request is granted, counsel. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. What happened first? What happened first, actually? I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole decorous performance. But you're saying that it's not possible still. So you know something. How much of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, flickered by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay, he was shot in the midair. And the only other person on the stage was Mr. Osmond. With Mr. Osmond was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Asthma? Asthma? The coroner said when crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Oh. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So also the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. I might ask, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projections, that's all. It was my mistake. But we know that there was no miscalculation in the angle. I cannot prove anything right now. So, the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right, that's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Do people fall for their brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, and the ambient temperature. Considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Precisely. You had no include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Clean cuts. The answer should have been 3. So watch for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. Do you think I have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? But why is he thinking that it was him? Too right. Obviously at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? Get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. Oh no, it's a bottomless bug. Bottomless bug! They can planet it 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that at the cost of death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. It was the first we knew of it as well, and only apologized for the impossibility of information that informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is particular interest. This. Oh yes, it would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it? So, this screwdriver, they thinking that this screwdriver was used to kill him. There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Can they use this to use a screwdriver? It doesn't seem possible, but wait a second, it can be possible. They must need it. Musket man. Why he was so different here? Let me check anything right now here. Okay, later. Andrew? Of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my toes. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. We are. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Well, crosshead was not invented yet, as I understand. Well, it would appear that you beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't? It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? Okay, now I see why they think that it's him. Order! The court will enter this friend with the defendant as evidence. Professor Horvath's trusty screwdriver that his name Andrew, the traces of blood, the tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools had a murder weapon. This is blood, Mr. Asmund's no doubt. The problem is looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the rail on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Poking through the grill in the base of that what remains. The kinesis machine. It's very distinctive hell. Alright. Great. So, the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and these fellows, the only one who could have done it. What grounds do you have for saying that? You really need to ask? There were only two people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Ode Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor! Academic. Sorry. I was just calculating the optimal coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecule in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. How? Yes, that's right, of course. You just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't you? Yes, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Explain please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been blood-based. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time, and yet no one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see? Not one. True, I didn't see anything like that. Well, done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order! Mr. Dringle, the first one. Pray forgive this courtesy if I serve a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing, maybe. As to you, Albert. No, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a punch on you. No, you're not. No? I'm neglect to mention one crucial possibility. I have a particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stop wound. Of course. Inspector, and lady in the car, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You'll amend your full testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body, else he was beamed through the air. No. It says that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is it an equivocal? Oh my god, what is this? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's when the valve was stopped. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, what about this screwdriver? The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective has stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, well. Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, I need to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate, that you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. Just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't a dash scene. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Usman. And being found still lodged in the victim's chest. But seriously, if it was the weapon of murder, what was doing in this scene? How do you explain this, Inspector? Magic. I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Ew. It's a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is scientific impossibility, you're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, well, someone could actually bring it here, a third party. We can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. But 160 is stumped. What? Professor? You? Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bursts out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Tundru had been lodged in Mr. Esmond's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved, and you remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? Let's see, your illusions have been shattered. Here we should hear the accused explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientific explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, when the defendant will testify again, provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. It's Apollo. Apollon? To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, so hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Okay, it's fully metal. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't inconsistent at all. Okay, cannot move metal like in Terminator, by the way. There's metal in human body, in their blood, as well. It's very essential to have it, iron for example, in your body. If someone will travel in time in Terminator, or here, and the actual metal was not moved with them, this mean... Actually, what will happen if there will be no iron at all, or any other metal in the human body? They will not die instantly, but their body will become very unhealthy. Hence this guy in Terminator who was traveled in time in the first place, when any metal cannot be moved. Without proper eating and vitamin or something minerals, will die very soon. Indeed. Indeed. Oh really? It's very actually essential for blood. Yes, how long can you live without it? One day? Anyway, it's very interesting. Mr. Asman was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. So actually, he died short time at this day, without any metal inside his body. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machines that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by the method of instantaneously kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, enough remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Herbrain could still have been the killer. Great hypothesis holds, you see? We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. It's not addressing you, Witness. Professor Herbrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. I'm still in the stage of gathering data in my research. And yet your retort to my arguments wasn't lacking in confidence anyway. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of certain scientists I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my arguments puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. The words of the same great scientist, you know? It's that causing me a lot of trouble. Who's this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remembered the magnificent genius name, who is the first to know. Alright. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath. Well done, friends. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Kuluk01's really did have a friend once. But I didn't know this. Hell freezing over. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though hence a metal weapon would have stayed put. That's why it was wooden. All of this was wooden. But wait a second. His authors are metal. They are metal? It cannot be plastic. Well, I can show this photo right now and show this. But I think I failed. Let's press it first. Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then. No, of course not, it's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based upon thousands of calculations. Actually, I can show this photo, but I don't know. But it is widely known that metals can be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about eliminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call a sea-obtuse cage in which Mr. Osman was placed for the kinesis. Oh, the jail cell in which the victim was detained does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. Simply not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was being away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defender alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? I did, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Actually, we'll show this photo, why not? Point just right, easy enough to say stuff. Maybe I shouldn't show it here, but I really want to just present here and fail. Professor Herbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is it right? Yes, that's right, spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Osman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal? No. We already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. So far, everything is too easy. My hypothesis? Professor Herbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flipped. Float. Okay, so his machine is not working. Order, console, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! Proof that that day the experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot bite. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, Red Scott? Are you suggesting my science is suspect? Just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a blunder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never, that machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What's the deal that lasted act all about, huh? Who made up such a draft rule? Daft. Don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? How can I raise the objection? Professor Herbrand has yet to perfect his invention. It would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grants money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators had received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? An order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Nowadays it's completely nothing. Per year. I would agree for 500,000 pounds. Yeah, could live handsome on that much for years. Society noticed an increase in previous public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists argued with each other to get the largest slice of the fountain key. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone. Least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound, please, you must believe me. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Barak. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Barak. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord 16. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? would be the nature of their involvement. They were spectators something, of the demonstration and the exhibition, who were occupying special seats? What? Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postage? What is this word? The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. It's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. Can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? Shall take a shot at this now. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Yes, in that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Why do we need this 20 minutes? To be continued. Well, I still can play like 1 hour before going to sleep. The best part of as attorney only the court, not an investigation. Maybe outside this court again. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been peeing holes in it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You say you proved that that explosion was an accident, not murder. You say you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I don't know if he's really a scientist. How he actually created the fake machine. I do trust him, but this means he's full? But he was studying in the university. Since that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is, nevertheless, a man died as a consequence. Didn't he? No? You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, so it might be a little old to talk. And while we're on the subject, what about Barack? He's been awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but a human being. But no, wait. He's a ripper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Let's clear up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future, but who built this machine? So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Why are you not asking who built it? Consul defended. I don't know. If it was me, I would get more valuable information. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. So, hints on the demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Holmes was adamant. A practical implementation such as was attended by the professor at the Guide exhibition is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Just discount the truth? In the name of Your Majesty, the Queen, hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Consuls for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. I think we will stop somewhere in this case and go back and we'll be available to check the machine because I must prove that the machine is fake. Without investigation, it's not possible. So, Kuluk01's. I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. Don't tell me it will be less straight. Execution stance remains unchanged. So it ended in tragedy. The demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. Let me check your occupation here. Self-appointed. She's self-appointed. 1 year older. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of order is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time the accused. Thank you, Consul. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Belif, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clearly the truth unequivocally. Or something. And less straight. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. The name is Baltatharloon. I'm the impresario of all the hot air balloons. It's really a gas in your head? In vicinity of the experimental stage. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Almstein. Oh, wait a second, it's German. I've come to see the great exhibition on the way in what we had from my home in Bohemia. Bohemia? Bohemia, it's Czech something. Czechia? Very rich. Spectral journalist, right? Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. She definitely looks older than the first game, Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point about the stage. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incidental terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Huh. 2 bangs. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. What if the man on the stage and the one who found dead at tower are 2 different persons? Is it possible? So he didn't die, actually 1 person didn't die. Well, it's not in my list. Oh, okay, it's my list. Why he looked different in this animation at the beginning? I don't know. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witnesses' testimonies that I've not heard any mentions of until now. Specifically, there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There are other balloons in the air nearby, at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called wreckage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The wreckage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, Cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a scene, so I kept my eyes wide. Interesting. Do you have the same pronunciation as he is saying in these subtitles? Still have lots of money, because I see no difference between W and V letters. I'd never heard it. Maybe the same. Czechia, Bohemia, plus Moravia, plus a pinch of what is Silesia? I've never heard about this. Precisely. This curious infant. told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on sightseeing trip with my elementary school. I'll have the benefit of a child's point of view and the testimony. Really needs it. When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Oh yes, I see a delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. And it's not then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused and... Hello, team. Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asmund on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Hello, Duke. And hello, Blitz. Yes, thank you, Consul. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. I think I'm approximately in the middle of this game. Really, like 50%. And what is 3? Wait a second. So let's say 3. We'll check this article later. Okay, why there were 2 bunks? Fall Guys? I believe that at the beginning, when Fall Guys were released, they were like the games that you must buy, but now it's free to play. I wonder why. Okay, definitely these statements. What was the second bank? 2 wins out of how many? So you actually saw the accident. I saw that you was playing another card game. So you like play several games today? Not just one? So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep. And it's amazing what a detective gets to it, huh? I'm telling ya, after being a Laura's Max game, you should join the force, and we can go flying together. Yeah. I saw the... what was this? Yeah, title Graveyard Keeper, but when I opened it, it was something else. So it was inscription. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Actually, why there was 2 explosions? If maybe... No, really, there might be 2 men here, not just 1. And this is part of this explosion? This raincoat? I don't know yet. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything? We saw everything because we were up above it all. But you said that it was out of nowhere. So you didn't see everything. The dodgy cow climbing into that cage. And that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. That's when it happened. It's when there was that massive bug as the cage disappeared. Just like that. You described the moment that subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I don't know what to make of it, but then there was another bug. Right, my arm. I looked around, and there was a huge, great fireball right next to us in the sky. and there was nothing there before. Master of Gods, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Oh yes, what was it again? William Gottsreich? Sigismund Olmstein. Well, definitely Stein at the end. Gottsreich? I don't know. Just their full names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective General Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? No? Get right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. No? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Seriously, he even saying that instead of that. Like I'm saying it, usually. Which is what I said. In it, 1 minute there was nothing there. The next, a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you're rude enough to interrupt, you'll have the most awful life imaginable. And all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky, so there were definitely two bodies. Or maybe they used the balloon to transfer the cage? A green balloon? What? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council, I will cry and scream. Their testimony is the truth, I'm Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie, that it's not allowed. Playing the bleeding Rollsy cards, are you? Typical. Save the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Your Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. A green balloon, you say. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure, I'm a proud Bohemian Prince. All this question? Making me boring. I think you mean bored. And what you said. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it's very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason, the planets never explode. It's logical. Just tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all Bohemia. Which language he speaks? I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, yes, we could return to the testimony. You also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. The cage is fell from the sky like a stone, crashing into the crystal tower. Green balloon that was next door at the time. What the hell about this? Have nothing right now. Wait a second, this? Piece of green cloth. So, balloon really exploded. But there's nothing wrong in this statement, so where can I show it? I don't know. He's right, and I have evidence that prove his words. If these ones say to that they can't explode. Okay. Oh, wait a second, it was an accident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. So they were damaged. Maybe I can show it here. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage that I understand. See, all 3 of them. My bellissimi hammer. Speaking Spanish? They're very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. I'll have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, so? Because if I have too many in the sky, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. So the other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the argument for balloon rights exhibition. Yes, you could hear more about what you actually witnessed at the incident. I think, I cannot show it right now, can I? Right, I can feel you there, my lord. Well, it's definitely speed up because he's saying here. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. But can I present it? Let's present, why not? Because it was damaged. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be see, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, of the envelope? Pardon, this is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It's made from very thick fabric lengths with rubber. You don't want it to rip. You're in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gods testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, and your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. When he'll get those balloons again? The balloon explodes a day? Maybe everyone on board was killed? Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience, how awful. It's to me like those things crash 50%. So hard to read all this. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion of the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode? Yes, I'm an anti-possible. I don't understand what actually 1-6 wants to say with this. Why is he building his keys on that magic exists or something? It's not scientific. Or maybe it is. Well, who knows? In the future, there will be teleportation, or not. I mean, human teleportation. Unfortunate traffic accidents, as it were, but they changed nothing about the pertinent facts. Yes, I can accept. Why not, Mr. Lone? You're suggesting that I am a liar. The person's died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lone. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Officer Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating the day. Okay, I see what happened. He was killed by this. This radar was left at the stage, and this was used to blow up the balloon. Is something. That's how it happened. So he was dead all alone before it, and the man on the stage was someone different. But why nobody noticed that it's not him? Who was it? But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lone. Or maybe he's Mr. Lone? I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Officer Loon is nowhere. Every balloon ahead in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers if they fell on the ground. In the explosion, what a catastrophe! Well, it was not his balloon. It's his balloon number 4. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found as a stand, can you? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion stage. Stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If you even saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, you'll fight back. It will be a war. All out war. What happened to Loud War? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friends. The situation has clearly changed now. We have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Consul, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Every balloon had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell on the ground, An explosion was a catastrophe. Well, you can't get away from the fact that burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? Only some debris from Strong was explosion on the stage. Let's see. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found in the sun. It's unmistakably from balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on the early dates, unfortunately, as I'm sure you'd agree. Do you believe it may have been from some early balloon accident that predates the exhibition? See, exactamente. And the signal says that it's not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Yurusenai? Means I cannot forgive you that? Oh, wait a second. Maybe. Is something wrong, Master Gods? It's Master William Gostring Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, huh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot ale cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Do you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boarding experiments. Why is that? Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Let's see. Which color is this? Well, I see you're too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Nice, he's crying in German. This one very Bohemian sounding cry. Where? Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Photograph taken by Gods whilst he was riding in a balloon shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took this shot. just my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Okay, what can I see? What was this smoke? Really, the explosion? I think this man is actually okay, he went through this hole below. He's not the victim. There was nobody in the balloon because there was a body at the bottom in the cage. Wait a second, how cage can be inside of it? And what I see here, it's look like somebody shoot it. Yeah, it's definitely was shooting. Indeed. Alright. Shooting with what? Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say... I pressed the shutter release. There was this very loud bang, and a hot wind brushed over my face. It means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changed nothing. Could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. A Bohemian boy claims to have seen another frost balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay, Leonard Center. All three. Wait, carrying passengers. There's no passengers in this balloon. Let's present it. Unfortunately, the photograph Miss Master Gods took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. My goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers? There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers and driver. Which tell us that the picture's balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a false balloon in the sky above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. Wait a second, this mouse has a sword. Nice. Nothing. Intel. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Look at his ball. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere. You care to look. Earlier, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him releasing. Since he the competition trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimenter that went wrong on the stage. His first balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right? So when scraps that fell on the ground after and left them scorched marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Mysterious false balloon carrying no passengers. Somehow floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Here it has nothing to do with the case. Of course it has. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. There has been sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for these trials to be concluded. Really? Have you really got that truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jury's minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Of course there's more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Mr. Gods, Master Robert, may well be hidden one more vital clue. What's that? Vital clue? We are well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court, what exactly does this alleged clue on the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion, of course. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Some famous song of 99 red balloons? Really? Had never heard about it. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, never heard. From what is this? No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires close examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph of the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Clues that heavily suggest the real reason the balloon exploded is... Well, I think I just need to show this. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. It's like a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clearer what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness. What is it? Really, what is it? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Surely, do you think it might be lightning? 99 love balloons? General Nano? Nano? No, I'd never heard about this. German bands, and only Scorpions and Rammstein. And by the way, Rammstein will be in San Antonio this month. Let me see this 99 loop balloons. Loop balloons. German version. So it's not original. The video is not available. Didn't want to check the video. Wanted to check what is the song. Hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Dann singen ein Lied für dich. What? From 83? No, no. If I listen to it, maybe I will recall something, but I don't remember this text. This singer might be a Latin, but it could have been a final day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A ball of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my ancient eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. What? Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. Listen, I thought that it just hot air inside the balloon. Why it's hydrogen now? No flame could possibly have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? It would be actually funny if they add some mechanics in the game that if you didn't check everything thoroughly, you fail, because there's no evidence. If such evidence exists, console, then for goodness sake, President Man. Which evidence explains this mysterious strike of flame? It appears to be headed directed for the balloon. Well, it's supposed to be this, but... That's President. The true nature of the curious, slim strike of light is revealed by this. And a curious answer with a slim chance of being the correct one, I feel. I was wrong. It's somewhat like a piece of firework, but where the fireworks dazzle their audience, you fizzle out in a remarkably disappointing way. Already failed. Some dressed up and colorful metaphors are still installed. So again, really, how it will prove that it will be fire. So, yeah, I was alright that it's not this one. But anyway, this firework display isn't alright. Such evidence exists, console, and let's say it's present. Okay, what can I prove? Wait a second, why it's... The report act. It's kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time the henchmen have tried to attack Norman 6 as a result by the sound of it. Makes you see, is that how the justice system works in London? And here must be dark forces at work. Okay, and so what? Well, it was the machine itself. But as I look at this, it's coming not from this. It's coming from the button. Could it actually be this? Oh my god. I don't know. But the word in science technology showed the greatest division be definitely not this. Lots of positions, the rest of our professor general machines that exploded. I would be thinking that it was this, but it cannot be this. Wait a second, it's really a screwdriver? It can be a screwdriver. If it was a screwdriver, it would never be found here on the stage. Oh my god. No, it's blood. So he was definitely killed with this. It's the machine itself? I'm failing the game, isn't it? What is shit should be? I don't have any fireworks. Which evidence explains this mysterious strike of flame? Well, it cannot be fire gun. Actually, I cannot show it. Oh my god. Let's show screwdriver. No, it's also not. What is this? I really don't know right now. I don't have any evidence. Let's check everything again. Let me save here. And let's see one more time. Photograph taken by gods. It's really on the photo? Can it be on the photo already? He's asking us, which evidence explains this mysterious strike of flame? Explains the mysterious strike of flame. This one. But I already have this evidence, it's piece of evidence in my inventory. But I understand which one cannot be this photo because I cannot see anything in this photo. Next, definitely not the screwdriver. Autopsy report. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall. He was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. It's not explained. One to the chest that burned the heart. With a sharp implement. Broken vertebra most likely resulted from plaque after a sudden fall from. It's explained where was the body. And this doesn't explain it. Back to this rubbish that was found under the experimental stage of the patient says scratch marks at the age. How can this explain anything? Lightning? Or maybe not. Can I check what is this? Can find it out of place. Listen. Did I miss something here? On this one? Maybe I'm missing something on this. Because I was not able to explore it. Wait a second! I didn't explore it indeed! Oh, there's some sort of lever here. My god, now I see what's going on. I just didn't open it. My deduction was right, I just didn't notice how to open it. What's that? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Crossbow. Now I can display it. Finally. It was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the sun. Lord, is it a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil. and satellites could have been shot from this weapon, sending flaming arrows straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately? Yeah. Right, that striker light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then the explosion of the balloon it was. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow ignited the hydrogen gas inside it. Whoa. For the other console, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, if someone had shot a gun open in the exhibition grounds, it caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? Sounds like this. Should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all of this. Something feels wrong. Do you understand the implication of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued? What do you mean? What are you really saying here? Don't get it. What's the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, console? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted, and now they say that he is guilty? Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. Inside the balloon, inside of it! Oh my god. Said it was inside the cage, well... I mean, basket. Basket is so small, this photo. On stage, when the experiment was started, Kuluk01 is streaming. What is he streaming? Another drop money? Indeed, day 5. This means I will definitely rate him, I think. The problem is there's another candidate right now. So it will be a question. Who will be still online? Well, I think Kuluk. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. About Ninja? On which platform? Wait a second, I think I know it. Yeah, it's one of the very first games released for Famicom. Yeah. A very famous one, by the way. With very stupid music, because they didn't use any chip for the sound, just one single toner. I hated it. I mean the sound. Game itself, I tried it, but didn't play it till the end. Birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. So I believe Kuluk will have tons of viewers at this time when I start trading. So I'll rate someone with just 1-2 viewers and go to his stream with roll minutes. Those sounds make your ears bleeding. Well, it's one of the first games. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage was appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. This? Good grief. This ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child play. Contemptible display of stage magic. As Mr. Holmes and Innes said that experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, it's the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis can take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Number 3. All that would be needed is doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. Yeah, indeed. But having this other man appear on stage to form the show is a body double. Oh yes, of course, so in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. The balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the 4 beams and exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Number 4. Flying balloons are really filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable, but not to such an extent as to render this whole substance sure impossible. But on the photo, even his glasses are still on him, and I see no scorch marks. Was they glued? I don't know. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no incident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if you accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Actually, no. He can actually kill him, put it there, still proves nothing. Proves nothing. It will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Kuluk01's can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. What's going on? Mr. Naruhodo, appreciate your efforts, thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, humbly confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odi Asman. What? Yes, it was me. It's my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Order! Defendant explains his sudden confession. Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. Beautiful hypothesis would be a weight bearer. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. Finally, yes, asking this. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. What did he say? If you'll just let me, I can prove, Varric. Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure that special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice at this critical juncture the second time. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the special dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor mentioned will just to apply. Prosecutions will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. By the way, this choose to apply. How to pronounce it correctly? Let me check. Sis? Says? Oh my god, I need to hurt myself. Let's see. Sis. Sis. Miss W. Sis to apply. Will I remember this? Who knows? Cease to apply. The resolution will then demand a judicious examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. I need it. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigation will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor hypothesis preserved. Well, Consul, what is the defense official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. To protect my client's life? By asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Oh my god. It's a very important choice. It's the way I kinda was betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Actually, the point of the court is discovering the truth. Defending you or prosecuting it, the truth is only what you need. Mr. Naruhodo. Don't skip here. I have to make a choice. It's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? Defense asserts. The defendant instantaneous. Kinesis machine was in fact. But it can be a proper scientific invention. And all of this was done to figure out how it's working. Let's see what will happen. He might never say this. There might be no real choice. No, I can't say it. A client placed his faith in me. Can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san? What are you? My first Susato takedown in 6 months. I'll change your clothes, why not? Let's save him. Back to title. Let's change all their clothes. There will be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. It's actually said that there's no explanation why you can change the clothes. There was official change, which is working out, not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Herbrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stop Mr. Osman. I think you've come to release something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. Who's behind that is what we must both pursue now. So, you finally open your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Cane hurts, my learned friend's assertion. Don't you have something to say? Park. Urban 6. Gosh, I've never had him speak that way before. In truth, there's one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before we began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Who will be this man? Professor? Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Who says it's Kuluk01's? No. Tall, taller than me and thin, thinner than me. With straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Whiter? You see, one less lens than me too. A monocle. There was a stylish black monocle. One thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. See, I know him very well. You know him very well? Miss Monaco? I don't have anyone right now here. By the way, how old is this boy? 11. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right, Mr. Osman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber? Enoch Drebber? It's swallowing his hands. Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any science wish to hear. The man's an abomination. A name any conjurer wish to hear either. On earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific cycles. You mentioned with that name. This talk of other flamboyant experiments that turns out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man was an engineer and a magician. Yes, we are dealing with unparalleled confidence, trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. And that's been conclude this trial until we find him? So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Considering what we have just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds incredibly likely. Even so, no one else believed it. I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Drebber? I don't question anything. I didn't want to question it. Entirely possible that Mr. Osman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowd that day, it was the funniest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and tuned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started blowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord 16, my lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Driver. Get information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. Understand? Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I'm so sorry. What's wrong? You were right. I tricked you. Trust me, I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? So sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Driver was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally, that machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So I must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? You received my postcard. I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? Oh, what postcard? I hid it from you, Rono, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Dude, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. His train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see? But you made the coachman really whip the horse's heart so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was pushing from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, so what's brought you back? It was a Mikotoba, not protest. Let's save all that conversation for when we are back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful, I can't wait! So Sato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take it another extraordinary turn. To be continued, indeed. This time tomorrow. It's 1 AM already. Now I need to check who is still online. Well, Kuluk for sure, so I will join his team, but who will rate? It depends on number of viewers, obviously in the channels. Always aiming for the lowest one. Wait a second. Let me go to the main screen. Back to title. Just save, so don't save. Yes. Okay, let's see. Online. Okay, Kuluk on the top of the list, of course, with 14 years. And I have Jordasius 8. Why his screen is black? I hope he didn't... Butterfly, no, everything is good. So, obviously I must rate him. And Kuluk will go next time he will be online. Okay, Jordasius. Alright. Here it is. So, that's kinda all for today. I believe 50% of this game is done. Indeed, it's done. So the second half is the third case, into more case, so maybe, well, the first episode was very short. 5 more streams. This means Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, when I'll finish it, approximately. Oh yeah, I cannot stream for too long. Tomorrow I will end at 11. Indeed. Anyway, thank you for stopping by and see you next time. Bye.